Good morning. Morning, everyone. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from the closingprint.com. Here on the East Coast, it's a little bit cloudy. I guess that tropical depression is headed our way. It is Friday, the 24th of July. We've got about 5 minutes to go for the opening bell. Futures are basically flat. We're up a couple of points. We want to stay above 7,400. Okay, need to stay above 7,400. There's a little node here, 0 day. Let's see what non-zero day looks like. Net open interest, 7,400. So if we drop below 7,400, I don't like buying puts at the low of the day, but if we get any kind of bounce, you could buy some 0 day hedges cheap just in case, or Monday hedges. Or you could just sit in mostly cash if that's your situation right now. I've collected a lot of cash over the last three weeks, 3.5 weeks. Been collecting cash, reducing exposure. Um, the main reason was Core 1M. Core 1M was below 8 for the longest time. You know what that means? Single stock option vol compared to index vol was there was a big disparity there. Okay, you can see over here, we've been below 8 for several weeks. We briefly popped above, but the S&P 500 in the same period just kind of sitting here range bound. Um, so a number of people looking at this for a bounce. It's a Friday. So me personally, I'm looking to reduce my risk even further, collect a little bit more cash just in case. Mhm. All right, so we're just sitting right here near the lows of yesterday's session. Okay, let me fix this. I'm going to mute you for a sec. Okay. Um, Google, Netflix, yeah, Amazon. Looks like a little short covering coming into the open. All right, this is Core 1M. We don't need this right now. But anyway, since we've been down here, that's created an issue for the S&P 500, which has been pretty much range bound until yesterday. Okay, let me get this going. Make sure this is correct. Uh, Intel, jeez, man, you can't. I was gonna do an iron condor. I wound up buying a long iron condor. So we'll see which way. Let's see. Mic is off, you said? Huh. No Okay, we are open. All right, I'll see if I can fix the audio. Let me just check here. System settings. All right, so let me go here. SPY for now. SPY. Okay, we're back down to the lows. System settings. General. Sound. Input. Mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check. Okay, watch the SPY. Let me just check my feed myself. I don't know what's going on, but I have a good audio here by me. Check your volume at the bottom of your YouTube player. Check your volume at the bottom of your YouTube player. All right, so I've been checking mine. All right, so we'll work through it. I haven't changed anything. Okay, so we're starting to see a little bounce here. S&P needs to hold 7,400. Okay, we're back above 7,400. Okay. So Intel pushing a little bit lower, huh? Let me see what I want to do here with Intel. I have some puts on Intel. Intel. Okay, Apple on the move. Apple is going. I don't know what the volume issue is here. I haven't changed anything. Um, no audio? All right, I got some people with good audio, some with no audio. Trust me, there's nothing I've done on my side. So look at the bottom left side of your player and check the volume down below. All right, so everybody's telling me, so check your player. That's usually it. Let's see. don't know what it could be. Okay, default is YouTube, USB audio. All right, so we'll try to work through it. All right, S&P is on the move. More importantly, S&P is on the move. Okay, Google bouncing, Google. Thanks. All right, let's focus on the market. Don't worry about my voice for now. I'll see if there's anything I can do here. I haven't changed anything that I'm aware of. Okay, Google on the move here. S&P, nice bounce. Inside day for now. Inside day. All right, keeping an eye on the S&P for now. Top stocks on the NASDAQ 100. T-Mobile, Workday, Intuit, Baker Hughes, Adobe, Autodesk, Roper Industries again for a second day. Thomson Reuters, TRI, Booking.com, Starbucks, Axon, Apple, round out the top 10. Okay, Oracle. A lot of conversation about Oracle this morning. Jeez, what the hell? Oracle just dropped off. I Apple. Apple still pushing. S&P looks good. Okay, I'm going to turn my mic on and off, see if that has anything to do with it. Let me mute this. Yeah, I don't know what it can be at this point. Okay, Micron. All right, Micron going to shake me out of this trade. Let's see. Micron. What's Macy's doing? Macy's. Mm-hmm. CBRS, CBRS. Okay, Apple's still moving here. CBRS, a little dip. Apple. Okay, we're above the pre-market high. Okay, you can see Apple, the pre-market high, that purple line there. Okay, and we popped above it, closed above it, and now we're moving higher on volume. Apple. Apple. Let's see here. Apple, Apple, Apple. Okay, Intel. Intel beats and they sell it. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. Nobody said the market makes sense. Apple at the high of the day right now. Apple. Futures continue to rock and roll here, back and forth. Okay, we're only up 2. If we lose 7,400, we lose 7,400. That's a line in the sand. We could, we'll most likely move lower if we lose this here. 73.75 is where we bounced yesterday. Let's look at hedge flows again. Yeah, 7,400 is the most profound. Okay, this is non-zero day. GEX, non-zero day GEX. Positive gamma down here around 73.60. Positive overhead. There's a little bit of purple down below. Red right where we are, all the way up to 74.75 or so. That's resistance, 74.75. Support, it's a tough one. We need to stay above 7,400. 73.60, we'll see how that plays out. Here's 930. All right, a lot of this was taken off right at the money. Apple's still pushing. Okay. All right, so far we're just hanging out right in this area. VWAP is starting to flatten out. Apple's still moving here. Apple's still going. Apple. Apple's still moving here. Okay, nice little move on Apple's part. Okay, we've got SK Hynix down a bit. It's trading near 160. AMD's down to 530. Intel's sold off a bit. CBRS is down at 205. That faded. So did Palantir. Okay, futures. Can we go? Can we go? Futures. Our Apple looking pretty good. Apple's looking good. T-Mobile's up this morning on earnings. Off the lows. T-Mobile workday. Workday. Back to S&P. Okay, S&P looks like it might go here. Okay, if we get back to the 50-day, most likely we'll get rejected there. That's intermediate term fair value. All right, let me see what my phone volume sounds like. Checking the stream. Mic check, mic check. All right, that's on my phone. My phone is okay. I'm listening to the stream. If you're just joining us, I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. We're waiting for the markets to see if we can hold this level. We need to stay above 7,400. It is Friday, July the 24th, 9:48 a.m. Stocks are mixed. Okay, there goes Google. Google's on the move. Google going. All right, there goes Google. Google's on the move here. Google, let's see, pre-market. All right, we're right through pre-market high right now. Google, pre-market high. Above now. Needs to stay above. Let's see, 321 on volume. Next closing 2-minute candle. Then opening range high. Okay, we're at the 200 day. All right, so Oracle's at the 200 day. Okay, we're not getting rejected at the 200 day yet. Okay, we need to close. This next candle needs to close above. All right, S&P just dropped a bit. S&P just dropped a bit. Back at VWAP. Okay, back to Google. Google looking for a pop and a follow through. Okay, a little fake out on Oracle or no? Okay, back below the pre-market high. S&P is starting to drip lower as well. Hedge flows continue to drop. Hedge flows continue to move lower. They're not going to make this easy. Intel still moving lower. I can't believe Intel. I have the 95 put. I have a 95 put. I bought those yesterday just to insulate my call side. NVIDIA pulling back. Okay, what's Core 1M at? Core 1M. There's hardly anything at 7,400. We've got net open interest, longer dated stuff here. All right, so this has grown a little bit. Actually, no, it hasn't. 60 minutes ago, it was, that's 25, it's 24.9 now. Okay, we'll see if we bounce here. Google. Semiconductor SOXS is, okay. Micron, I'm going to take Micron off. Not working now. So I'll be flat. Micron. Yeah, I'm out of Micron. For now. All right, so the only thing lost is time. Micron, I'm out. Okay, Micron, I'm out. Okay, let's go take a look at SOXS. S&P is at 7,400. SOXS. They're shorting it. SOXS. Okay, should I sell some premium overhead, Micron? It's already down. I'll wait for it to bounce, I guess. All right, let's look at SK Hynix. Chips are down. I already have an order open, that's why. Okay. SK Hynix. All right, we're starting to see like a little bounce here, S&P. Apple at the highs. All right, SK Hynix, I'm out. I sold some puts. I'm out flat on the puts. I sold some puts to finance some calls. The calls are down, so I need to do something with those. Google's still pushing a bit higher. Google. Like I said before, the last few weeks we've been taking risk off the table, so I sold some puts on SK Hynix. If it bounces here, great. I have calls. I took the put credits off flat. Only thing I lost was time, 2 days. But I'm reducing risk in case the markets can't stay above 7,400. Okay, we're bouncing at 7,400 right now, so all I did was reduce my exposure. Okay, starting to see a bounce now. S&P starting to see a bounce. Micron, I'm out flat. Okay, what are the banks doing? Banks, Citi. All right, Citi, the banks. Okay, JP Morgan looked the best yesterday. Let's see, JP Morgan again. All right, JP Morgan trending. Banks. Check your favorites. Goldman Sachs, not so much. Morgan Stanley, not so much. Wells Fargo. Okay, that's all right. Bank of America, trending. Okay, watch the banks. JP Morgan looking the best, along with Bank of America and Citi. Citi, it's okay, Citi, but it is bouncing. All right, so watch the S&P. Intel. Intel continues to move lower. Let me see what Intel. I have puts. Let me see what those puts are going for. Intel. Okay. All right, we're starting to see a bounce at 7,400. S&P. Again, the top 10 on the NASDAQ 100, T-Mobile, Workday, Adobe, Baker Hughes. Energy again, energy, let's just jump here at Baker Hughes. Baker Hughes. Okay, back above the 200-day, Baker Hughes. Let's look at Diamondback. That was active early in the week. Um, Gasoline only moved about 30 cents higher here in Myrtle Beach. It was about four, what was it? Three, I think it was three something yet, last a couple of weeks ago. It's up to 375, 380, something like that. Let me just check here. Um, Let me check. It doesn't matter right this minute. Diamondback is higher. Devon Energy. Devon. Okay, crude oil. Crude oil. Okay, so my takeaway is if you're short term and you got short term options, like I had Micron December calls. Yeah, I could have stuck it out and maybe this bounces. But if it doesn't bounce, I'm going to be pissed that I didn't take it off flat. Okay. So only thing I've lost is some time. I got into this, I don't know, Monday, I guess, or maybe it was last week. Um, but because the markets are where they are, they're not giving us we're never a guarantee, right? But 7,400 has to hold. So my thinking is, okay, look at the daily on the right. Okay. My thinking is we could go down. Yeah, we could go back up. We got major resistance at the 50-day. Do I want to sit in positions while this is going back and forth? All that creates is emotional turmoil as a trader in short term options. Yeah, December is a longer term option, but Micron is not showing any signs of bouncing right now. So I'm out, right? So I reduced that risk. I collected that cash. I'll use it next week if we can manage to get back above the 50-day or we see more positive gamma. In the meantime, I want to reduce risk. So Apple's still pushing. I got some Apple calls I'd like to take off into strength. I don't care if Apple keeps going. I just want to collect some cash. And again, it's because of the S&P, what the S&P is currently doing. And the fact that we have negative gamma, not a whole lot of positive gamma below. Right? So we could lose this. Notice the Bollinger Bands have tightened. So the volatility has contracted. And other signals are telling us to be cautious to start the week. We had only four bullish indicators this week. Typically, over the last few weeks, we've had at least eight, some cases more, 10, 12. To start off the week with four and only have eight neutral and eight bearish, right there, it's telling you take some risk off, okay? Junk bonds are sitting here. All this is telling me is that these traders are waiting patiently. They're not selling. They're not buying. So that's good. When in doubt, we always want to check the New York Stock Exchange. What is it doing? Now, this is a perfect example of not panicking, right? So if you're the type of trader that wakes up in the morning, you see the futures and you freak out, if it's down 20, 30 handles, go and look at the New York Stock Exchange. Do yourself a favor because the New York Stock Exchange is going to tell you a broad market This is most likely rotation. Okay, so still reducing risk makes sense because I can collect cash, and if next week we still see this rotation into energy, we got 356 stocks advancing. So how is that possible? And Core 1M is back to 8. It's the New York Fangs. Let's look at the process of deduction, right? Actually, this looks pretty good. Removing the weight of the S&P, I mean the top 10 stocks, the New York Fang components, removing the weight of these stocks, you can see the S&P is trying to get back above the 20-day. It's above the 50-day, so we know exactly who the culprit is. It's the Fang stocks. And, these could bounce right here. This is triangle pattern, right? So I hope I'm not boring when I say this, but it's like this is a market I want to be risk averse, just like the junk bond traders. I learned about 35 years ago from a friend who works at UBS, two friends actually, and they both moved down to Miami, the Miami area. I forget the name of the financial district down there. You guys might know. But they always told me, watch junk bonds. There's a lot of ways to interpret it, but if it's lower, you want to be bearish. If it's higher and above the 50-day, you want to be bullish. Look for a trend. If it's pulled back recently, like it has, and isn't moving, consider the circumstances. Consider this um, no play. They're not doing anything. Now, when they start to do something, we'll see a big move. Now, if we fade, that'll be bearish. If this moves lower, it means anybody that's still in this is fading it. All right, let's look at VIX. Okay, so VIX VXV is climbing a little bit. VIX is at 18. I have VIX calls I added to yesterday just in case this drops off. I have no SPY or S&P or Q put flies or anything like that right now. I wanted to put those back on. Okay, I wanted to put these back on. So if you have these, you may want to consider taking some of these off. Okay. As when you're close to your short strike. All right, so it's a triangle pattern, which is telling you to go either way. You're in the lower half of the triangle, so we desperately need some buyers here to tell us what to do. Now, I don't usually look for it in the morning, but this is looking pretty good. Let's see. Applied Materials was active yesterday. All right, that's inside day lower. SOXS. All right, so that was a quick run. Notice the high of the day. Okay, if that breaks the high of the day, that's telling me that more of this is going to fall. And in the case of Micron, we're starting to bounce a bit. Intel's starting to bounce a bit as well. So Intel would have been a perfect short iron condor. I was long, I was wrong, and going to take a loss on those. They expired today. That's all right. Next trade. Oh boy. Okay, so um, Micron, we're out of that. Okay, NVIDIA. NVIDIA, I have September calls. two tens. I have two 15, two 20s. This is another one. If I could get out of this with a little bit more profit, NVIDIA, I'd probably take these off. September is, I got plenty of time, but I just don't like the way it's trading. It's just been sitting here for 2 weeks. So every day that goes by, theta is going to kick in. That's my concern. All right, so above the 200-day, below the 50-day. So note the Bollinger Bands. We could stay right in this area. I don't want to take that risk right now. Let's look at TRBCX because I did take some off of TRBCX late last week. I think it was Friday or maybe it was Monday. I didn't write it down, unfortunately. Okay, yeah, we're below. TRBCX is again below. So I won't do anything with this until I see a base or a reversal week. So there's no hurry here. If you're an investor time frame, if you're in your 401k, you're listening to me, you're waiting for your boss to show up in a meeting or whatever, there's nothing to do here right now. Okay, maybe you have just started at the 401k and you invested some in the last few weeks. Nothing to do here. Nothing to do. You could reduce your exposure. You could put some in SPHD. This is a bit more defensive. You can see for the week, this is up. SPHD is more defensive related names. Okay, this is trending. So maybe take some out of a growth fund, which is mostly these New York FANG components, and put it into a defensive ETF like SPHD. This pays a dividend once a month. I have the dividends since 2014. I've been having the dividends roll back into more shares rather than a cash dividend. Easy to do in your 401k. Just click on the button or just look and see um, where it says reinvest or something to that effect. SPHD, SCHD, also trending. Now, the other thing you can do is stocks like Micron, sell some premium way up here, 1250. This doesn't look like it's going to hold. Sell some premium. Might do that. I might sell some premium overhead. NVIDIA, looking for that bounce. Apple still pushing. Apple, want to pay attention here. Apple, NVIDIA. Okay, we're above look at the pre-market high right here. See that? The purple line? That's the pre-market high. Look at the volume. That tells you all you need to know about Apple. Now the daily, nice bounce. So I got some 330s. Also have, let's see, Apple. I have some calls that expired today, I believe. Yeah, okay. These 330s expired today. So we need to get close to 330 at least. Probably hold on to NVIDIA for a few days. See if we get a earnings run. NVIDIA. Intel starting to bounce. Intel. So they're killing both sides. They're killing both sides. Okay, NVIDIA, last time around, as you recall, NVIDIA 128% earnings growth, 85% revenue growth. If you listen to AMD at all, Lisa Su yesterday, talking about Halo, the new machine that they're going to be shipping, I think they said in October to the masses. If you're on the end, you can buy one of those for like $4,000, $39.99, something like that. All right, so Advanced Micro reports on August the 4th. And NVIDIA, usually a couple of weeks later, right? Yeah, August 26th. So we might get a, a run in NVIDIA. Apple for now, starting to see a little profit taking. NVIDIA, I just wanted to get above the 50 day. Intel, AMD. Okay, even with everything they talked about yesterday, people sold the news. Pre-market high is way up here. Opening range high is just below it. Okay, so we know that defensive stocks are being bought. Let's see, Baker Hughes, supply disruptions in crude oil. In addition, they make diesel generators that are being used for these data centers. Caterpillar was up yesterday. Again today, trying to push higher. The pre-market high, purple line. ExxonMobil, trending. Chevron, trending. ConocoPhillips, trending. PSX, refiners. Delic, is it DK? Delic? Uh, Delic, not under futures, is under stocks. Delic, DK, yeah, DK. They're a refiner in Texas, I believe, right? Delic. Corporate headquarters are Brentwood, Tennessee. For Delic, they are in petroleum refining, logistics, and renewable fuels. Delic, headquartered in Brentwood, Tennessee. They do have refinery locations in Tyler, Texas, and Big Spring, Texas, El Dorado, Arkansas, Croat Springs in Louisiana. They make diesel. They manufacture diesel, gasoline, aviation fuel, and asphalt. Asphalt's a big one because there's a lot of upgrades to the roadway systems. Maybe not in your area, but overall, there tends to be. Meta's still drifting lower. SNXX, I took that off yesterday. That's lower. Okay, Delic, XLE, XLE continues. All right, S&P is pulling back again. SoFi below the 50 day, second day, third day really. Closed on Wednesday below the 50 day. SoFi, um, Citigroup, what it was doing? Doji for now. Citigroup. Got a small position in Citi. JP Morgan doing the best. JP Morgan trending. Let's look. Bank of America. Let's see what's moving here. DLR. All right, so they must have had earnings, DLR, Digital Realty Trust. They have the 24/7, 365 data centers. I guess I'm pretty sure they buy properties, they retrofit and upgrade for data center use. Surprised Meta's not doing better. It's at the 50-day. Meta was at the 200-day and above when they announced that they would be leasing out space to, I guess, some of these bigger companies, server space. Google looking for a bounce. Okay, just a lot of chop. I think if I haven't seen Money Magic make any comments today, but I would imagine. Money Magic, yeah, yeah. See, I figured Money would say that. S&P chop, chop, chop. Okay, so we know that energy's in play. That's good. Yesterday, healthcare was also in play. That's higher. XLV, XLU, utilities. All right, so we got three of the four that I guess you can consider uh, defensive. SPHD has many of them. SPHD has many of them. SCHD also, these ETFs, a few. Okay, Apple's still pushing here. Apple. Okay, so opening range, we're looking for a volume spike. We don't have a volume spike yet. Apple. Okay, Apple's still pushing. Looks good. Even good news, for the most part, has been shrugged off, like Intel, for example. Good news is shrugged off. Apple is rising. Just a few days ago, China announced that, or Apple announced that China was approving its use of AI services in China on products as well that Apple produces, as well as I believe, the space agency, they said. But anyway, there's approval there. So there's going to be revenue. There's been upgrades. And this is one exception to they haven't sold the news per se. I mean, we did drift a little bit lower earlier in the week. Apple's looking good. All the other New York fangs are down. Okay, so when you're looking for reasons to be bearish, you have to pay attention to the broad market. Does this look bearish to you? That's the New York Stock Exchange. Let's look at the NASDAQ composite. Now, there's about 3,300 stocks in this index. So, and they lean more towards tech. Um, so, the New York Stock Exchange, it's a good mix of ADRs, American Depository Receipts, as well as about 70% US stocks, 25% ADRs, and the rest are tracking stocks, tracking ETFs, and REITs. Let's see. Okay, so here you go. The NASDAQ composite, it's about 3,300 stocks. 50 to 60% are technology, consumer discretionary, healthcare. Okay, as you would expect, the usual suspects, with the exception of Apple right now. Meta's trying to bounce. So that's why we're seeing the disparity between the S&P. This is the New York Stock Exchange. The S&P, RSP, the equal weight, removes the weight of all those stocks I just showed you. This is actually above the 9 and 5 EMA, trying to get back above the 21-day. Consolidation still rules. So, like I was saying earlier, I'm reducing my exposure. This is why. Um, August tends to be one of the worst months of the year. Looking forward, I also know that we got the midterms coming up. So we basically have a descending channel. This could break to the upside if we can just get the New York Fangs to do something. Apple's already cooperating. Meta's going right now. Google did bounce. So RSP looks good. All right, so we know what it is. We know that it's the New York Fang. Okay, so if you're trading any of these, trade gingerly. You can see we're already starting to build a wick. So maybe we get a respite and we push a bit higher now. Money's telling you that chop to lower. We're on the same page. Joe K. Okay. We got tick cumulative turning up. So we could get a crossover if they buy this dip. Okay, tick cumulative. All right. So Apple's still pushing. Tick cumulative trying to turn. Tick cumulative. All right, so NVIDIA trying to bounce some more. Google, we're looking for a bounce. Intel is just flat, 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 killing premium. Oh, look who's in. Hey, Paolo. All right, Google just below VWAP. Okay. All right, so there's a lot of things that are offsetting each other. You know, a divergences, which is telling you, like we started the week, 4 bullish, 8 neutral, 8 bearish, which leans bearish neutral, right? Neutral bearish, whatever. So this is telling you short term day trading, short term swing trades, reduce your risk. That'll lead to an opportunity if we move back lower. If we break higher, great. We have our remaining positions should appreciate. Let me show you the midterms from 2018. The last time Trump was in office, midterms, okay? Um, S&P. Is this it? Let me see. Yeah, midterms, okay? Midterms. Look what happened. Look what happened into the November election. Now, this was October. July, August, September, we rose into the midterms. Do we repeat? A lot of people say BS, you know, seasonality doesn't work. Sometimes it does, majority of the time, on average. Right now, I'm not doing much. Again, unfortunately. Sometimes just stepping back and not doing anything makes the most sense. Okay, July tends to be a strong month, right? And then again, November. Over 20 years, the Dow Industrials. If I just take the last 5 years, which we've had several 20% gains. Okay, New York Stock Exchange. You can see July is a strong month for New York Stock Exchange, and that's exactly what we're seeing. That's exactly what we're seeing. So there's divergence between the New York Stock Exchange and the S&P because of the New York Fangs. Apple's still going here. Apple's still going, trying to push opening range, but we don't have any breakout volume. Any upgrade? Okay, we got earnings on Apple Thursday next week. Apple earnings next week. Microsoft, yeah, it doesn't look too strong. Netflix trying to push higher. We need to get Netflix back above 70. Netflix, okay. Nothing really to look at here, Netflix, so I'm not getting excited. These are the two worst positions if you held on to these, Oracle and Netflix. That's ugly. Oracle. SpaceX. SpaceX had two what looked like bullish candles this week. We continue to move lower. SpaceX, you got a lockout expiring soon. Have more selling coming in. Cerebras talked about their partnership with AMD yesterday. CEO was on stage, sold the news again. XLE, breaking out, XLE. Netflix trying to push, Meta's trying to push. Let's see. In the top 10, S&P 500, DLR, SL, Schlumberger. They had earnings, Schlumberger gapping up. Schlumberger, they beat. Okay. They reported almost $9 billion, a 3.5% increase, 304 million. They reported 55 cents. Estimate was for 51 cents. So Schlumberger is the high. I wouldn't buy it here, but Schlumberger. Let's see who else on the S&P 500. Baker Hughes, Roper. Anything jump out here at me? Okay, so the NASDAQ, ADP, Copart. Yeah, nothing really exciting here. Apple's doing well. Apple. VIX. VIX hit the highs again, faded. I have September 20, 25 call spreads just in case. I'm reducing risk. That includes longer term. I did take some TRBCX off. I believe it was Monday. I have to check my notes. I didn't write it down. I have to switch accounts to do that, so I'm not going to do that right now. Suffice to say, TRBCX is below the 10 EMA weekly, and for longer term investments, I am just reducing my risk so that I can have some cash. I'm going to buy a dip. Seems like everything that was up over the last couple of weeks is down from the highs. So what does that tell you? It tells you not a bad idea to sell premium overhead. Like Microsoft doesn't look like it's ever going to get above the 200-day or the 50-day. You could sell like the 415, 420s, or even above the 200-day. That's probably like a 10 delta. Netflix pushing higher right now. Netflix. Like I said, Netflix, nothing to really get excited about, but it is trying to break higher. Okay, look at the volume. Look at the volume last Friday. Netflix. So they did buy that gap down, earnings gap down. Apple still pushing. Intel, really disappointing Intel. I should have freaking went with what my original thought was to sell an iron condor rather than buy an iron condor. Some reason I had it in my head that Intel was going to blow it out. The earnings look good, I guess, right? Intel. Intel beat. I mean, look at their earnings growth. So why are we down? Why are we down? AI is driving unprecedented demand. I guess it's down because everything chip related is down today. So most everything is down. Okay, looking at the stocks that are up today, watching for those that have wicks on top for potential entries. Okay, UHS. Universal Health Services, that's breaking a downtrend. I don't know anything about the company. Okay, Netflix is still pushing. Netflix. All right, we're testing the lows again. S&P testing the low. 7,400. Okay, how far? Let's do it this way. New York Stock Exchange, S&P 500. Tick cumulative is trying to turn. S&P. Let me go 3 months. No. Okay, so that's only a 5.5% drop to the 200-day. Is it possible? We can't catch a bid in tech. Tick cumulative is turning up, so they're buying something. We do have 365 stocks advancing. So how is that possible that the S&P hasn't fallen off? Well, it's because of those 365 stocks. So let's see what's working, right? We know that energy's working. Let's see if materials are working. Okay. XLB, XLC Communications, we know that that's down. Communications at the lows, double bottom. Maybe this is a bounce. Notice they're below the 20 and the 50-day. XLI, industrials were up. They continue to move higher. So Caterpillar, stocks like that. 3M, not 3M. Lockheed Martin up again today. Lockheed Martin, XLI. Thank you, A-Train. XLI up again. LMT, day 2. Big earnings. S&P trying to turn. So Lockheed Martin looks good. Micron just kind of slowly drifting lower now. Not accelerating. What's ELF doing? ELF Beauty from the watch list. Okay, that's consolidating below the 200-day, above the 921-day and 50-day. Wish there was more to tell you, but the markets, there are stocks that are bouncing. We've got 360 plus stocks advancing on the S&P. The ones that are lower are most likely tech related. Adobe's trying to bounce. Adobe, let's see, Workday on the NASDAQ 100 Workday. Workday, bounce into it, grinding higher into it. Financial software and services into it. Roper Industries, that's been active this week. Roper moved higher yesterday, faded. Now it's starting to bounce. Roper. Thomson Reuters. I was going to write an article about Thomson Reuters, New York Times, and NWSA News Corp, but these were kind of boring, so I changed my mind. Thomson Reuters outperforming to a certain degree. It's sitting on the 50-day. So is News Corp. These are kind of boring, so I passed on that. Baker Hughes, we talked about already. Baker Hughes, the energy, XLE is definitely outperforming, showing relative strength, while XLK Tech, some of tech is declining. Otherwise, this would look a lot worse. Apple trying to hold the highs. That's a nice candle there. Apple, can we continue? Okay, looks good. Apple, S&P, whoops. S&P sitting right on 7,400. Looks like we're going to lose 7,400, folks. Looks like we might run lower. Let's see what hedge flows look like. Okay, we're right. If we lose 7,400, this can get ugly fast. So we better keep your fingers crossed. Let's see if we hold it. CBRS back into the range. Had 2 good days this week. Well, 3 good days this week. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. They sold Wednesday, Thursday. Sold the news. All right, so it looks like we're going to stay down here a while longer. Netflix, Intel. Okay, getting close to my 95 puts. Intel. Can't believe. Looked really good last night. Intel. Okay, so I reduced my exposure in September calls for Netflix. Um, it's not moving, not moving. So I'm just going to take that cash and sweep it. Nvidia, looking for a bounce. Nvidia. Okay, just sitting here. I don't want to go through the whole weekend again and then wait another week to see this break higher because RSI is flat. MACD's flattening out. Stochastics is at highs anyway, so that could turn over. So I just closed half of my September 210, 215s. I also had some 215, 220s. I'll keep the 215, 220s there. They didn't cost me much. So I reduced exposure. This could be all for naught. Okay, so we could be much higher later. I'm just, I'm trying to abstain from using too much mental capital, thinking about things too much. So reducing my exposure is the easiest way to do that. Continuing on where we left off, we were talking energy. That's clearly outperforming. Financials, bouncing. All right, the big banks. I have some Citigroup. That's okay for now. JP Morgan, outperforming, trending. Okay, about to take out the highs. So there's some work here that we could do. XLP was down at the lows. That's bouncing today. So more defensive. XLP. Utilities are also up, breaking out. XLV, healthcare, up. Mostly defensive. Mostly defensive. XLY, consumer discretionary. That's mostly due to Tesla and Amazon. Both of those together make up nearly 50% of the weight of the consumer discretionary sector. Retail, let's see what retail is doing. Holding, so this is neutral right now. Could be bullish next week. Depends. Okay, that's retail. Software. Much was made of software over the last couple of weeks, and then it kind of faded this week. RSI is turning up, so maybe something works here. Need Microsoft and other stocks. Microsoft, Snowflake, Palantir. Need these to move higher. All right. SMH. Okay, this could go south fast if we don't get some buyers to show up. Tick cumulative still showing signs of a crossover. Let me see what the 30-minute looks like. 30-minute. Okay, 30-minute is crossing over. So it won't be long before the 60-minute if it keeps doing this. We had like plus 700 earlier. Tick cumulative, tick plus 700. That's the strongest we've seen all week. Well, we quickly faded from that. Bottom line, neutral, chop, possibly lower. So it's the summertime. Do yourself a favor, reduce your exposure. We'll take up where we left off on Monday. Go to the beach, do something with your time. If I wasn't broadcasting, I'd be out of here. It's not worth the mental capital. Let's see. All right, starting to bounce, looking good. For those of you who want to stick around, Apple. Okay, we finally got an opening range breakout. It's not 11 o'clock yet, so the opening range breakout has two or three conditions. Well, three conditions. You got to be above the VWAP. Number two, you need to be above the opening range high, which is this orange line. And number four, the breakout needs to occur on 1.5 times the volume of the average between 9:30 and 10. So if you take the 9:30 to 10 period, you take the average volume. If you exceed it by 1.5 times, that creates the trigger. That's the strategy. Is it a guarantee it continues to move higher? No, it's just a strategy. The first strategy that was very noticeable first thing this morning was, you see that purple line? That is the um, pre-market high. Okay, that's a strategy there too. Pre-market high, you take it out, close above it on volume, which you can see we got decent volume there at the open. That's a long. And you just keep moving your stop up. I added this to the orb script so you can have an early entry. Because a lot of people ask me, well, what about the first 30 minutes? Maybe we can get a trade going there. Well, these strategies build on each other. The idea that we could break above the pre-market high on volume is a strategy. Once you close above the pre-market high, that purple line, on volume, you put a stop under the second candle, the one that closes here, and just keep moving that higher. Then opening range comes in, and of course, an hour later, hour and a half later, we're getting a opening range breakout signal. So the volume is still there. Okay, so this is telling you that Apple's in play. There goes the S&P. S&P. All right, so big plus. We're back above the opening range high, and we're holding the 7,400 level. So let's look at trace. All right, that's turning up. Perfect example of why you don't buy puts at the low of the day. Sometimes you're lucky if the markets continue to just, I don't want to say lucky, but sometimes you time it right and you buy puts and the market just keeps going lower. That's fine. It's not my thought process, but some people do it. GTO Ron Roll, that used to run the trading room day trader boot camp, used to be over with Johnny. He was a Friday. He would come in on Fridays. Johnny over at Day Trading Radio. Some of you are members from there, right? Back in the day. Either one of those. All right. So Apple looking good. Apple, S&P continues. So GTO always used to say, don't buy puts at the low of the day. And most of the time, uh, you're correct, because we get these big reversals off of a support level. Now, if we lost 7,400, maybe buying into that dip, because you know what dealers are going to do. All right, we got a nice little move here. Micron's turning back up too. For those of you still in Micron, held your breath, or maybe you weren't here this morning, I sold my Micron. I took it off flat. I'm looking for all of my positions to move higher. 95% of what I'm holding short term are long trades. Okay, I have some hedges in VIX, the 2025 for September, 2025 calls for September. Other than that, I want to see everything move higher. There goes Nvidia. Of course, I sold some Nvidia as we just sat there. Now Nvidia's popping. Par for the course. 210s will be in the money here shortly. 210s. I have half of the 210s left, so I'll sell those shortly. Snowflake turning up. Okay, all the New York Fangs all of a sudden started looking much better. Tick cumulative is rising. Good. Hedge flow is rising. I'm going to take a couple minute break. I'm just going to go chat with my wife for a sec. I'll be right back.
Zero DTE, call strip. Zero DTE, call strip. Size. Zero DTE, put strip. Zero DTE, call strip. Size. Zero DTE, call strip. Zero DTE, put strip. Zero DTE, call strip. Size. Meta pulse. Shenanigans. Zero DTE, call strip. Size. Micron pulse. Long dated. Deep calls. Tesla pulse. Long dated. Deep calls. SPX pulse. Long dated. AMD pulse. SPX pulse. Long dated. long dated. Meta pulse. Meta pulse. Full pulse. Long dated. Nvidia pulse. Tesla pulse. Long dated. SPX pulse. Long dated. SPX pulse. Long dated. Nvidia pulse. SPX pulse. Long dated. Q's pulse. SPX pulse. Q's pulse. Long dated. Deep puts. I'm here at the scene of the crime, and we can confirm the suspect in the house behind me has low Candy Crush levels. He's gonna brag.
WS.
You got over 20,000 levels. You know what, bud? No problem. Anywhere, anytime. Download Candy Crush Saga today. Zero DTE, Colstrip. Size, zero DTE, Colstrip.
NVA. WS.
Zero DTE, Colstrip. Size.
Okay, that's kind of loud. All right, so futures continue to rise. Futures continue rising here. S&P is on the move. Thank you very much. Google turning back up. S&P. Okay, Apple is still going. Wow, Apple's having quite the day, huh? Wow, look at that opening range breakout. Two strategies in one. A move above the
Colstrip.
pre-market highs, purple line.
Size.
Opening range breakout.
Spider pump. Long dated. Hi, take alert +8.
Ooh, high tech alert.
GSUN.
Really strong move on Apple's part. Uh-oh. Trump, China, and Putin said that he wouldn't sell arms to Iran. Okay, all right, so that's what that was about. Truth Social, Trump saying Russia and China won't sell arms to Iran. You can take that with a grain of salt. Apple. Apple, Apple, Apple.
This hasn't changed since the Wild West. Now, I can make this much, much more effective, but a cop's never going to take this no matter how effective it is to a gunfight. And my strategy is simple. Don't get in a gunfight. Send in a drone or a ground robot, and we can remotely incapacitate people. That's the next step of this.
Okay, Microsoft, Micron trying to hang out here.
We can immediately send in a device.
Okay, Apple's still going. Snowflake about to take out the opening range high. Snowflake. It is 11:18 on the East Coast. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from the closingprint.com. Friday, July the 24th.
Far more safe. You can fly in a drone and take that guy down using mass shooting that's a very large, well-populated event. Two questions. One,
OMH may rise in 10 seconds.
seeing here with this? And then number two, like what do you
Okay, Apple, little profit taking.
as we get more of these events, are they saying to Rick, I found more money for you and your team because you can help prevent things like this? Yeah. So here's what's interesting. When we start talking about putting drones and robots, I actually don't think it's going to be funded by the police because ultimately where it's going to come from are the businesses that have to protect their people. So I had the pleasure of meeting Fred Smith, the founder of FedEx. Yeah. Oh man, what an entrepreneur.
BIOT may resume in less than a minute.
I briefly
Snowflake pushing.
OMH halt.
Okay, Microsoft turning back up. Microsoft pre-market high, opening range high are both overhead. Snowflake, Snowflake, opening range high. We're right back to the opening range high. S&P is above its opening range high. Okay. 50 days overhead. We just tested yesterday's high of the day. Netflix still looking good here. Netflix.
BIOT may rise in 10 seconds.
Okay, Netflix looking good. Um, could be building something. It's hard to say. Netflix is so beaten down. Gets above 70. Netflix. Yeah. 60-minute on the future. 60-minute. Two big green candles. Tick cumulative is trying to turn on the 30-minute. The highest tick we've had today was plus 800, it looks like. We've been spending most of the last hour or two in the upper half of tick, the indicator tick cumulative.
XDC halted down.
Bullish potential. Micron turning. Intel flat. Nike on the move. Okay, Nike turning up. All right, Nike in the opening range breakout. Notice the opening range and the pre-market high are the same level. Nike opening range breakout. Nike on the move here. Needs to get above 45.
Call Street. 0 DTE. Call Street. Size. Russell Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls. Russell Pulse. Long dated.
Oh,
Deep calls.
Russell Pulse is up. Nike, some nice buying there.
Intel Pulse, long dated.
Home Depot on the move here. Home Depot also HD. Home Depot, big move on Home Depot. Wow, look at Home Depot.
SP exports, long dated.
Okay, Home Depot,
SP exports, long dated.
Orb. Opening range breakout, Orb.
SP exports, long
Cool.
dated. Spider Pulse, long dated.
All right, so Home Depot cruising
Zero
higher
DT,
on volume.
call.
S&P continues to hold this high at the moment. Figures I would sell. I sold Nvidia and it moves higher. Sold half anyway. Didn't sell all of it. Netflix looking a little better. Netflix. The daily looks terrible, but the intraday looks okay. Okay, so for the past few months, Netflix has stayed below its 920 50-day moving averages. Therefore, any bullish moves need to correct that situation. Price needs to get above the 920 50-day moving averages, and all of those need to turn up and to the right. Until then, this is just day trade territory. The moving averages are your resistance targets. Okay, Oracle. Terrible, terrible, terrible chart. It's too bad. It's a great company. Okay, so is this a double bottom on the weekly? You can see that we need to get above the 10 EMA weekly to even consider a long. In the meantime, maybe we get a little bounce, but it looks terrible. Oracle just keeps trending lower below the 20 EMA on the 60 minutes, so this is a no-go. Oracle no-go on the 60 minute, no-go on the weekly, no-go on the daily. So Oracle continues lower. Home Depot looks good. Okay, let's go see what 403 stocks advancing. That's the best we've seen in weeks. Okay, now we need to hold that, of course. Okay, Core 1M is coming back down again. Man, we just can't get Core 1.
Intel Pulse,
Okay, they're buying, they're closing some positions, it sounds like, in Intel.
zero DTE, call strip. Nvidia Pulse, 0 DTE, call strip.
And Rafael, Tom, they're always on you. That's why they switched to T-Mobile, America's best network. That's enough. With T-Mobile, they still pay. And great benefits like AAA on us. They can drive to more places and more they love.
It's great for peace of mind.
And what? The price plan stays the same. 5 years. Switch today.
SP Exports. SP Exports.
SPX Pulse. All right, so it looks like we're going to go here.
Long dated. Deep calls.
Mhm. SPX.
0 DTE, call strip. Size. NVIDIA Pulse. Shenanigans.
Netflix still okay. So the New York Fangs looking like they're buying. Okay, 400 stocks advancing. Okay, we got a little bit in Google. A lot of these turning up. All the New York Fangs. New York Fangs.
SP Exports. Long dated. SP Exports. Long dated. 0 DTE, call strip. Size. 0 DTE.
Home Depot.
SP Exports.
Nice.
Long dated.
Nice,
0
nice, nice.
DTE. Put strip.
SOXL turning back up. SOXL. All right, so going short was a morning thing. Now we're starting to rise into lunch. SOXL starting to catch a bid. Micron need to see that higher. SNDK need that higher. Okay, these are all gapping down. And Intel needs a bid. Intel just flat at the low. Home Depot.
Amazon Pulse. 0 DTE. Put strip.
Meta going here. Meta. Watch Meta. Okay, maybe Meta can do something here. Meta going for an opening range breakout. It's 11:31, so technically this won't be an opening range breakout. It'll just be a bullish trade. Okay, Meta back above the 50-day. That's a good thing. Meta.
Zero DTE. Put strip.
Tesla. Not my cup of tea. All right, Netflix. Okay, looks good. Apple, still going here. Apple. Apple.
Zero DTE put strip.
Okay, Apple. Wow. Big move on Apple. Big mover. Wow, Apple's just cooking here. It is so hot outside.
Zero DTE put strip.
All right, so they're buying puts now at the high. Expect chop. Expect chop. We're starting to fade a little bit right now. S&P. Watch the hedge flows. Hedge flows starting to peak a little bit.
Apple Pulse. Long dated.
If Apple keeps going, Frano, you should be good, right? Usually follow S&P usually follows Apple, vice versa. Wow, look at Apple go. Yikes.
Apple Pulse. Long dated. Deep puts. Apple Pulse. Long dated. Deep puts. Intel Pulse.
This candle right here and this candle here, 2 big days. Can we match this candle? Push up to 336, break out above the recent highs. Apple's still going here. Apple. Tesla looks like it's trying to turn a train. Tesla. Tesla looking good here. Tesla.
Tesla Pulse. Long dated.
of the last couple of years. Right. But these are some really big numbers. Right? So like if you kind of look at what SpaceX and OpenAI are kind of talking about in terms of what we've heard in the press, in terms of kind of it's 5 to 8, we're talking about $50 billion. It's about 25%
Mm-hmm.
So there's going to be some supply that market can pick up. The money that's going to go into these IPOs, you think it's coming out of other parts of the market? You think it's from the system inside of the I think
I can always get back into Micron if it starts to look a little better next week. I took it off flat, so the only thing I lost was some time.
SP exports. Long date.
Apple's still going here. Apple, Tesla turning the corner. Apple, Tesla. Apple at the high of the day continues.
SP exports. Long date.
You're not the only ones who've kind of done that. So you are kind of setting a pretty high bar on a go-to-work basis for us. I think some of the presidents run a very new after the week now, right? I mean, he's not. Even though we got people
What's SK Hynix doing? Turning back up. Okay. AMD. All right. Home Depot, Nike. Those are starting to see some profit taking. Apple still pushing. CBRS is starting to turn. So is SpaceX. S&P continues. This is looking pretty good here. S&P. Nice trade, Freno. Meta looking better. Okay, opening pre-market high is just overhead. Meta. Speaking of Meta, Best Buy is also trending. Best Buy trending. Palo Alto Networks. Okay, I'm pretty sure Atticus is in these. There's Home Depot, big bounce, Home Depot. Adobe, Workday, Thomson Reuters. It was Booking.com. Booking. Travel's been up. Travel been up. Booking is bouncing. Hona, the spinoff from Honeywell. Honeywell Aerospace. Starting to turn. What's RKLB doing? Rocket Labs. Back down. No follow through. All right, so that'll get stopped out if it doesn't turn up a little bit more. Tesla, let's see if it's going to do anything or not. Tesla. Boy, that looks ugly. Daily looks ugly.
Sandisk pulse.
Apple's still going here. Apple. Wow, look at Apple go. Yikes. Big move on Apple's part. Meta's at the high. Apple still going here, Apple. Core 1M back down to 658. It had surfaced back above 8 briefly. 400 stocks advancing on the S&P, 68 on the Qs. 68 out of 100 advancing on the Qs. Let's see what the 10-year is doing. US 10-year. Okay, reversal candle on the daily. Starting to bounce right now. US 10-year. That should help IWM if it can fall a little bit more. IWM.
Intel pulse. SP exports. Long dated. Intel pulse.
Intel just sitting here doing nothing.
Intel pulse. Long dated.
They're buying down here, but it's just not a day trade at the moment. Intel, Apple. Let's see, Applied Materials. AMAT. August 13th. JP Morgan.
SP exports. Long dated.
JP Morgan. JP Morgan.
SP
JP Morgan.
exports. Long dated. Zero DTE pulse. Size.
JP Morgan, looking good. Apple, nice run up. Snowflake, a little profit taking. Netflix, profit taking. We'll see if we can get NVIDIA to follow through, along with Amazon turning back up.
Tesla pulse. Long dated. Deep calls.
JP Morgan, opening range breakout, pushing higher.
Tesla pulse, long dated, deep calls. Apple pulse, long dated.
Nike, okay, flagging at the high. Home Depot, same. Apple still pushing. JP Morgan making new highs.
SPX pulse, long dated. SPX pulse, long dated. Micron pulse. Zero DTE, call side. Size.
Micron turning up a little bit better for those of you who stuck with it. Opening range high is at 967. I took it off flat. I can always get back in next week. I didn't like the way semis were selling this morning. All of a sudden, everything flipped. Tick cumulative turned over and moved higher. And we see 400 stocks advancing. So go figure. I took some NVIDIA off. Could have made a little bit more on the, about $20, $25 per contract more. Had I waited, that's 250 bucks, but I sold half of those 210s. I have 215, 220s left for September, and half of those 210s. So if we push a bit higher, I might take the rest of those 210s off. If you're just joining us, I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's Friday, July the 24th. S&P trying to rectify. It's just a range, back into a range. So 7,400 was a big level that needed to hold today. S&P 7,400 is a big level down there. That hasn't changed. It still needs to stay above 7,400. Preferred if it just keeps going and tests the 50-day. I'd love to see us get back above the 50-day because a lot of the shorts are probably having the cover, thinking that we were going to continue to move lower, as I did. NVIDIA's turning up again. Tesla's still sitting here. A very ugly daily situation. You might be able to day trade or scalp Tesla, but I'm going to stay away from it for now. Elf Beauty. Let's see what Elf is doing. Elf Retail. Okay. ELF. Okay, that's squeezing. It's getting ready to do something. Elf Beauty. I have August. I'd like to have September at minimum calls. Those are flat, slightly below flat. Looking for that to bounce. They're expanding out in the UK and Europe. Rocket Labs, looking for Rocket Labs to turn back up. Rocket Labs gap down. Bouncing, trying to bounce a little bit right now. Rocket Labs, turning the corner. Home Depot, nice pop off the low. Nike, nice pop off the low. Fading now. ABCD pattern on Nike potentially. Apple is still going. Wow, look at Apple.
Nvidia Pulse, long dated, deep calls.
Apple still going here. Apple looking good. S&P at the high. Apple. Wow, great move.
Spider Pulse, long dated.
Let's see. TSLL. Nvidia's trying to go. Broadcom turning back up. JP Morgan. Let me keep track of JP Morgan. Where is that? AMD. AMD. Good show yesterday. Live. They sold the news, starting to bounce though. So opportunity for those of you who jumped into AMD at the low. AMD. Micron, I sold it, closed my position. I didn't like the way semis looked this morning. I thought we might see more downside. A lot of people were saying the same thing. Joe K and a bunch of other people that I respect as well. And my premise is that Micron is going to do well over the next 10 years or so. But in a short term, you're going to see some volatility. This stock definitely jumps around a lot. Yeah, Tesla hasn't bounced yet much. Apple looks like some profit taking. We're about to lose the shorter term moving averages. Apple get ready to take some profits. All right, watch Apple for another couple of bearish candles. If we lose that green moving average, we could be done for today. Probably a lot of people chasing up here.
Nvidia pulse, long dated, deep puts.
JP Morgan having a good day. JP Morgan trending. Nice move.
Intel pulse,
RSP. All right, so
SanDisk pulse,
equal weight,
SanDisk pulse,
equal weight versus S&P.
0 DTE, call side, size. Intel pulse, long dated, AMD pulse, long dated, deep calls.
Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do.
Biggest financial institutions on the planet.
Featuring less than 10 seconds.
Tesla pulse, long dated, deep calls. SPX pulse, long dated.
We're going to talk about everything you're doing at Morgan Stanley right now. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the Daily Wolf on Yahoo Finance. I'm your host, Scott Russell, also known as the Wolf of Wall Street. We are live in on location out in Northport of Long Island. Is Summit event.
Apple pulse, long dated. AMD pulse, long dated, deep calls.
EIOT may resume in less than a minute.
Crypto products and ticker stock crypto, so you can buy, sell, hold on an e-trade platform. But also an ETF is easier for you to use if that's just getting exposure within your wealth management account, and making it easy. It look like everything else in your portfolio. We've also launched that Bitcoin ETF, and it's been amazing to see just the asset gathering we've seen since GameFi in the last 5 hours. So that's got 400 million. I think that's 400. Okay, in a down market, we're always very down stories of massive ETF outflows. Is a packaging really happened for us. I think is impressive enough for one of the three largest numbers of companies.
EIOT may rise in 10 seconds.
We really need another ETP. It really is up to continue to launch products that can just don't start with that Asian product to get that Bitcoin exposure. And we do want to make sure we're using our capabilities to offer product that's well priced for the marketplace. We will continue to see more advanced products coming out to market, but for that small massive exposure to Bitcoin, we wanted to make sure that was well priced and that we were really being thoughtful about that operational infrastructure to build up.
Micron pulse. Micron pulse.
Okay, we need to see this followed through. Apple, Apple's still going here. So it was a little bit of profit taking there, Mondo. Now it's resuming. Apple. Okay, JP Morgan. Apple. Wow. Apple's kicking it. Beastie Boys kicking it. There goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA's going. NVIDIA going now. NVIDIA's going. Gex. Okay, non-zero day, 0 day, 0 day. Let me zoom out a little bit. Let me zoom out.
NBIS.
Okay, so you got a little pocket right here, pocket between 74.50 and that overhead. 74.50. Okay. $74.50 support. Now we got $74.65. 74.50 support above it, and 74.65 resistance. CBRS. Okay, turning up. Okay, so we got this little pocket that we're dealing with. Apple's still going. Wow, Apple is just kicking it. All right, NVIDIA is looking really good here. NVIDIA, opening range breakout. Okay, we got the volume early, around 11 o'clock, before the cutoff time at 11:30. Snowflake trying to go some more. All right, Tesla's trying to turn here. Meta's pulling back a bit. Microsoft's not doing much of anything. All right, S&P is going. S&P. S&P going.
0 DTE. Call side. Size. SPX pulse. Long dated.
JP Morgan.
0 DTE. Call side.
Okay.
Size. SPX pulse. Long dated.
Nvidia going. Broadcom needs to get above the 50-day, but it does look like a bid right here. So if we could just get a bid, if we can get a bid in Tesla and Microsoft, that would lift all of these. That would help the S&P push up to that upper resistance zone, guys, ladies. Could help it push it up to 74.65. S&P 74.65 cash. Okay, we might get there. Might get to 74.65. That's right there. 74.65.
Apple Pulse, long dated. Tesla Pulse.
74.65.
Apple Pulse,
74.65.
long dated. Shenanigans.
Okay, that's where you might run into resistance, 74.65 and 74.70. 50 days overhead above that. Nvidia is going. It's $20 off the low. 25 bucks off the low.
Nvidia.
Micron. S&P still climbing. Apple.
Nvidia Pulse.
Apple three in a row. That's Apple profit taking. Okay, Apple takes some off up here at the high.
Zero DTE. Call side.
It's been a hell of a run. What's CRM doing? CRM, haven't seen that in a while. Inside day CRM. Coinbase started the week okay, right? Gapped up on Tuesday. Fade Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Bitcoin, BTC, USD. Haven't looked at Bitcoin in ages. Higher highs, higher lows. We'll see if that continues. There's a lot of conversation about the government and other entities starting to buy Bitcoin. Good place to do it at the lows, right? They started pumping it. Gold, GLD. Okay, that's still basing. Silver, crude oil, USO, crude oil futures. Let's see what that looks like. Crude oil futures, trying to back off. Is there going to be anybody left in the previous Iranian leadership? I guess the RSG, whatever it is, IRGC. I guess they've killed just about everyone in that. So can crude continue to move lower? What's what are the what are the nukes doing? I haven't seen those in ages. Nukes are trying to bounce. OKLO. Nanonuclear, just no news, I guess. Super micro.
Fransk pulse. Shenanigans.
Super micro trying to get above the 50 and the 200 day. They're sandwiched overhead. Super micro off the low. Nice little run up. Buyers at the low of the day. Volume suggests institutions might be buying down here. Don't bank on it, but there's a lot of volume here. Could be a lot of shorts covering or a combination. Futures backing off now.
Intel pulse. Intel pulse. Zero DTE pulse. Size. Micron pulse. Spider pulse. Micron pulse. Spider pulse.
Okay.
0 DTE pulse. 0 DTE pulse. Size.
Okay. Apple looks like just a little bit of profit taking in Apple. Apple. Now it's bouncing. So somebody took some profits. I don't know how much more Apple's going to get out of this. It is a big day for Apple. I would not be buying it up here, that's for sure. If we can't get back above 320, 334, I would imagine this would be another short. Intel. Intel dropping a bit more. Intel. All right, the puts, we're right at the put level here now. 95.
on camera, which is where you and I disagree a little bit. So let's talk about your perspective.
Do you think it is not we are
All right, I took the 65 puts off I took for Intel. I took those off for a small profit. Took forever. I don't know that it's going to rally back up, but at least the put side did okay. The call side, they expired today, so it was a small position and pretty cheap. Looking for earnings to pop. We got some good earnings out of Intel. Just it seems to be with Core 1M so low recently. You had to pay up for the calls, and the flush out of all of these calls, the vol that people have been paying up for, the flush out is helping the overall market get rid of some frothiness. Okay, it's 12 after 12. Let me change to CNBC.
Because we all are going to continue to use their devices. So I think that's just, I don't think it's stealthing.
In the on the other end of the spectrum, Pulse, besides that 97 trade on the Apple side, is Tesla. There was an earnings catalyst for that. I know, Brent, that you are one. I'm going to go to Kevin for this one here. The Tesla reaction has been interesting. On track for its worst week, by the way, since March of 2020. Going to the pandemic.
S&P and Apple are both doing the same thing.
It is not as big of an influence anymore as it once was. But the Tesla story, is it indicative at all of some of the risk appetite or expectations around just what these companies need to deliver to power that next leg higher, if there is one there to be had in the coming months?
I think it does. I think it's very healthy. For years, this company was able to move higher on any hope, any promise, any crazy idea into the future. And now you're more of a demanding Wall Street, more of a demanding investor who's saying, show me. Let's see a show me story with earnings. And this stock is something that is really years into the future. It's not in today's
Apple's just killing it, man. Phew.
This is a story not for, again, 1 or 2 quarters. It's 1 or 2 years. It's robotics. It's energy. It's not the car company, but we've said that so many times on the desk. But if it is a robotic story and an energy story, you're making this an investment for the longer term. You're not hoping to trade this up short term.
If that's the case, let's talk a little bit about whether or not that short-term or medium-term story plays out for the chip stocks. And I want to do this because this is one of those opportunities that could be a very profitable one if you bought the dip. I don't pretend to know where this chip trade is going, but it's fallen by enough where people are getting some attention from it. Stephanie, the chip trade, is it one where you feel as though this is one that's fundamentally okay for you to start nibbling at right now? And do you have to be a stock picker like yourself to do it, or can we just feel comfortable saying maybe the SMH, the SOX, some other ETF, maybe even DRAM can be enough for us to kind of get that exposure, or do we have to be picky about picking bottoms in these stocks?
I mean, I always want to be picky. I always want to find a good company on sale. And so in the last couple of weeks, I actually bought Nvidia for the first time. I've been an owner of Broadcom for many, many years. It's been an absolute home run. Never owned Nvidia. The stock flat, grew by 53% year to date. It's trading 18 times forward estimates. It's the #1 GPU company in the world, and yet they're going to lose some deferring their purchase plans because they're buying memory and they're buying servers and storage. That's the area where you want to buy, by the way. I do think yes, buy here, but I do think you want to be particular. I recently sold Marvell because I made over 100% in like a month and a half, which is crazy to me. So I think you want to pick your spots. I think that there are spots to be had.
Okay, let's go kind of rapid fire as we got a couple minutes left here to kind of go through the earnings setup for next week. We know the names that are going to come up in this process. Jim, I'll start with you. Which of those big earnings reports coming up next week is the best
320.49.
Historical valuation basis, it's very, very cheap. I think we'll see great growth in Amazon Web Services. And sorry, I forget if it was Brent or Stephanie. I think it was Brent was talking about Alphabet and all the multiple shots on goal. Obviously, the same thing applies to Amazon. Maybe they don't have their own large language model, but they have chips. They have Amazon Web Services. They have the retail business. They have the logistics. So that's where blue chips are.
And Brent, to you, what's your favorite setup on those big earnings reports coming up next week?
I mean, Apple, to me, no-brainer. We know what we're going to get. No surprises. Microsoft's got to be a bunch of landmines in there. Meta, Amazon as well. So, I mean, I think you want a straightforward setup. Apple's always a pick.
All right, and what about you, Kevin?
I think the most important one is Microsoft. To Brady's point, there are so many situations, so many problems underneath the hood that we have to worry about. We saw what happened with IBM. We know where the problem lies with software. Microsoft has to come out and prove something with the guidance that the stock shouldn't be left for dead. So I think it's the most important one.
All right, last word to you, Stephanie.
The derivative plays of the CapEx stuff. The picks and shovels.
So there's the earnings setup for next week on Mega Cap Tech. Thank you guys very much for the committee for that. Coming up here, Kevin's actually making a move in cyberspace. He'll go through the trade coming up next. Halftime is back in 2 minutes. Keep it right here.
All right, Google, we see a big order at, okay, that just disappeared. Google. $319. All right, did they get filled just now? Looks like we got, oh, it was a big order there. Okay, we'll see if Google can turn back up. S&P turning back up. S&P 500. 74.65 is the level to beat right now. 74.65. 74.70 is a 99 percentile. $74.70. S&P 74.70. I might sell some premium overhead.
Yeah, Don, this is about growth portfolio. We started out into this back in March after the SaaS get-in or SaaS apocalypse, whatever happened. I was really of the opinion that the market was getting it completely wrong with cybersecurity. With more and more LLMs, OpenAI, Anthropic, all the things that were happening, I felt like we needed more cybersecurity, not less. And certainly we were rewarded handsomely for that, the way these have traded. Now, most recently with OpenAI and the way that it's invading Algaboo or whatever the website
Bear,
is,
yes.
I think that the stock sold off a little bit and gives us an opportunity to get back in because, again, the thesis doesn't change. These cyber companies, whether it's CrowdStrike, or Palo Alto, they need to integrate the AI to be able to defend against it. And I'm very passionate about it. I know that these stocks have moved really high, really fast, but I think you need to have them in your portfolio.
And Stephanie, I mean, this was the Hugging Bear headlines were straight out of an AI kind of sci-fi novel, right? About some computer model jumping out of its quarantine test environment and then hacking another company. You don't do that on your own. Now AI can do it on its own. So, I mean, with regard to you, it's CrowdStrike and it's Palo Alto. Is cyber something that gets propelled because of these headlines this week?
Oh, 100%. Need more cybersecurity. Cybersecurity, I've said it many times, is going to be much bigger than AI because of these problems. It's not secure. We're doing 50% more coding using AI, and that's even more unsecure. So I think that these stocks are definitely, you have to have them in your portfolio for sure. But I do think that they have re-rated. So I think to Kevin's point, like, use the pullbacks to be adding to the best of breed. And top two. I will say that this company has 10% market share, the $300 billion mark total addressable
Google,
market that's growing.
Google backing off.
As I just mentioned, their growth is growing 27%. Their net new next generation security is recurring revenue. That's the thing that this stock trades on. Grew 60% last quarter with acquisitions and 28% organically. So you're getting the growth, you're getting the execution. So you pick your spots and you buy on the dips.
Bryn, you have been in the Global X Cybersecurity ETF ticker BUG, BUG, for quite some time now. It's on pace, by the way, for its worst week going back to April. But to Stephanie's point, it's on pace for its first down week out of the last 5. There's been some near-term, medium-term love for cyber. Do you feel comfortable with that near-term momentum continuing?
Yeah, well, I've owned this for multiple years. I agree with everything Steph said. This is a secular trend. This probably is bigger than AI because, as we saw with Hugging Face and OpenAI, that is just. I'm doing it via Bug, individual name. So Bug, that Palo, so I won't get the highs of the best ones, but I also won't get the lows, and I feel really confident that I can stay in this long term just because I have a basket of these names. But yes, I think people should buy these on dips because it is clearly going to be a secular winner.
All right, and one more point to make that's outside of cyber but is in software overall. Oracle, one of those big names that we're talking about in the news today because Oracle has now signed a 10-year software contract with the Pentagon worth up to around $7 billion. The Pentagon announced the deal on Thursday, the contract with Oracle. This is a big deal for a company that's been taken well off of its highs. Does the Oracle trade feel like one to you that can be a turnaround trade for the back half of this year?
Yeah, very much so. Okay, so I'm very much a believer, Dom. Let's go through the two big risks for Oracle. One is the backlog, 636 odd billion. Roughly half of that is OpenAI. Okay, maybe OpenAI only comes through for half of that. If that's the case and that backlog goes down to, say, 500 billion, that's more than the next 3 years worth of projected revenue for Oracle. And who knows how OpenAI is going to come in, but my point is the market is discounting something very drastic in terms of those contract obligations going forward. The other issue is, of course, the debt level, the negative free cash flow. Well, you get a deal like this from the Pentagon, and what I'll tell you is the Pentagon, the government is not worried that Oracle is somehow
S&P turned back down.
and frankly, neither do I. Now, if you're a portfolio manager, and I am, space for something like this that's more volatile, potentially a lot higher return. You have to have the stable stocks like the JP Morgans and the Apples, but you have to have room for something fun that could do a really good
JP Morgan.
The cyber trade, Oracle, all wrapped up into that one. Thank
JP Morgan making new all-time highs for the last 3-4 weeks.
The things that have been interesting to me is like if I just look at the VIX level, there's been no panic even when it has. It's been pretty calm.
JP Morgan, Apple hanging on to the highs. Google drifting lower. There was a big seller overhead on level 2.
I mean, it always depends on the company, right? What their story is and how fully valued they are. But I am worried about the supply. Like I think you've seen it in the bond market a little bit, and and it's been working where the hyperscalers are borrowing, and they're borrowing not just in the U.S., but they're borrowing abroad as well to kind of spread.
Google's starting to bounce.
I think what worries me more, and it's not so much the IPOs coming, because these are companies that are actually making real revenue, and time will tell where their valuation should sit. But the space that indices might have to make, and then also the fact that Google wants to issue, Meta came out right after them and said they want to issue. Like those are the things that actually worry me a little more, because the market hasn't been trained on that, at least not for a long time. The market has been trained on the hyperscalers buying back shares, not issuing shares. And so that's the piece that I think actually can create
Nvidia.
more so than
Okay, Nike and Home Depot had shown some strength earlier. Those are fading. Nike more so.
We're seeing a big change in especially initiative too. They're investing aggressively to build out their millions of dollars. That has changed compared to what you knew 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago. It's going to asset like companies, strong earnings, strong margins. Well, now all these companies are their business models are changing, Steve, and they're still trading at growth-oriented multiples. Yeah. Like, is that set up for more?
With a CNBC News update, a U.S. judge has struck down a Biden-era rule that required special licenses to prescribe the abortion drug lifircenone. Reuters reports the ruling could affect access to the medication, which is used in most U.S. abortions. Further legal challenges, U.S. measles cases. Falling more than 565,000.
Google, nice bounce.
Short circuit, but no crashes or injuries have been reported. Dealers will make the fix. Send it back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Steve Maloney, for the news update there. Let's get the senior markets commentator and overtime co-anchor Mike Santoli, who joins us with the midday word. We had alluded in the first part of the show to the interest rate kind of story being part of this market narrative. And of course, we have a big promise next week in the Fed rate decision. How exactly does the market action right now, given earnings week coming up, the Fed decision play out in terms of how the machinations have gone this week?
I always go back to the kind of core principles of don't fight the Fed, don't fight the tape. So don't fight the Fed is not yet telling you to get cautious and think that the bull market is in jeopardy, because we don't really think that there's going to be a hike next week. And even if there is, it kind of is going to be characterized, I think, as taking back part of the 3 easing move that we had last year. The tape, I think it has definitely taken on some wear and tear. You've kind of lost the 50-day moving average. The rotations have been a little bit choppier and not as smooth. So I do think that what's going on next week is the market is being forced to hedge a couple of scenarios, and that's why you see that 30% on paper chance that there's a hike, simply because you have a fundamentally less transparent policy making that breadth at a time when the data have been moving against the Fed.
They've just got to figure out, Jim, whether that 30% odd probability is cheap or expensive as a hedge.
Well, so, Mike, since you're having to hit that, I think the market keeps pricing in whatever it is, 1.25 hikes, 1.5 hikes over the next 12 months. And to me, I think that's way too cute, because if you look at, I'm sure you have, the last 40 years, there's been exactly one instance of one just one.
Yeah.
And never get it. And so I'm asking you, the market doesn't seem priced for a rate hike campaign.
I think what that says is the market is fundamentally confused or not sure how it plays from here. But if you get one hike, the market's going to start pricing more. Yeah, that's the way it usually goes, because that's what
Apple, what a day.
banks and we'll see you later on closing the
Crazy strength.
And it's not just because of cost, right? It's also because of the belief in Elon and what he has in his future. And SpaceX is, I'd say, just as a part of that. Like I've never, what other IPOs have, I don't know if I've ever seen where so much of the retail customer base has ripped the S1 apart and talked about it on like, we're going to Mars. These are the metrics that he has. And so I do believe it's just as much part of the overall belief that our customer base has in Elon and what he does as everything.
It's interesting. Okay, about that, not everything is past, but SpaceX losing jobs and money. OpenAI, I imagine, is still losing money. Same deal with Anthropic. Why isn't it more of a big deal if these companies are losing money? It wasn't too long ago, a couple of years ago, we were really scrutinizing a lot of software companies, tech companies for losing jobs and money, and their valuations were penalized. It doesn't seem to be the case anymore, or at least right now.
I mean, I think that the market can think ahead to the future and when they could be profitable. I mean, if you're investing in a private company, that's what you're doing. You're saying, okay, you'll be profitable by X year, assuming Y growth rates. And if it's believable, then it's believed, right? And they get the valuation that they do. And the company itself does make money. I mean, I think the acquisition of X brings down their overall revenue, but the core business was more profitable. And I think that the vision along with that is what is getting the pass. But we'll see, right? Like over time, the market always ends up where it should be. But I think, the belief sometimes carries an inverse path.
Steve, as a seasoned veteran such as yourself, when that SpaceX prospectus dropped, and in the days since, how do you tear that apart and assess the machine?
Well, I think stuff brought it up, definitely been scrutinized more than anything by many market participants. All you have to do is listen and watch and hear everything that's there. But I think what the point that Steph brought up, especially since there's such a lot of retail participation, as she mentioned it as vision, it's a story. It's a story, and there is a history, with stories and with success in some aspects of that. And I think people are just believers. I always said this. It's very funny. When you look at really engaged retail market participants, they have a level of optimism that I think is above and beyond a lot of people. And so very interesting. It's something that we believe in and we participate in.
Dow's up 313 points just off session highs. Welcome back to the halftime report. Energy is the top performing sector this month, maybe no surprise, with benchmark U.S. crude hovering just below $90 a barrel. And Kevin, you sold some covered calls on one particular oil major. Take us through the trade.
Yeah, Don, we did this on Chevron yesterday with the energy pop. Brent did a great job teeing up the idea behind cover correlating into volatility. And whenever we see something like that unique to the space or a ticker, we're able to harvest some of that volatility. So real quick, what we did is we sold the 205 August expiration standard to about 11% premium. Plus, we get a 7% upside to capture still should the stock keep moving. I doubt we'll see that 205 strike. I think we'll be able to collect that premium. But I like anytime we've got opportunities to write calls to take advantage of it.
Okay, so that's an interesting strategy there with regard to a very hot sector so far right now. Stephanie, I'd also like to turn to you. We know that SLB is one of those big movers on the heels of its quarterly report right now. Big name in oil field services. Take us through whether or not that bodes well for the future, or whether or not you should be taking profits in that name.
Low tick alert minus 800.
Low tick alert. Everything's starting to fade now. Okay, so hedge flows are starting to taper off. 74.70. 74.70 is a 99 percentile. Doesn't look like we're getting above that today.
How much do you have to be a stock picker when it comes to energy, Brent, for you?
Well, I mean, I own individual names. I own Energy Transfer, Viper, like the mineral rights. I think that you want to have this yield. I think the yield component is very important. I don't think it was on people's dance cards that energy was going to have this great year. It did not do well in 2024 and 2025. But if you had that yield component, you could just still collect that income. And I think everyone now knows energy is incredibly important. And so I like buying the RSPG, XLE, have that diversification, but ultimately also like the mineral rights because you get that really nice 6, 7, 8% yield, as you do also on the toll companies like the pipeline names like Energy Transfer.
All right, well, coming up on the show here, ready to make more of the day's biggest movers and some of the side of the world of tech. Keep it right here. Halftime is back.
And continue to fade.
EQT was founded back in the late 1800s, drilling natural gas and building the pipelines to power Pittsburgh and Appalachia as a whole. When we talk about the history of energy, it started with human labor. Then we introduced coal that allowed some more industrial capacity. It wasn't until the discovery of oil that really unleashed the next large wave of innovation in this country. People like to talk about the evolution of cars, but cars were made available because we had plentiful energy to power them. We've made our energy so affordable and so reliable that people have started to take energy for granted. Energy powers everything. Energy underpins industry, and our success on energy translates to our success in industry. I believe that America has a bright future, and I think people are waking up to realize just how incredibly important energy is to the success of American business.
So I think that the realization has hit many of these companies that are now looking to go public.
All right, we're fading a bit more now.
To the market is by having good participation by retail. And again, Vlad's been making this point. One of the reasons why I think there is some angst around the AI, the whole AI ecosystem, is because they haven't participated in it. All they've heard is it's going to take my job and I'm not making any money on it. So why would I be excited about that? Whereas if you give me an opportunity to participate and have more of an agency in the whole ecosystem, I'm going to view it far more favorably, which I think they all want. Yeah, when I talk to Vlad, I applaud him every single time. What he's done with the earnings calls, Robin and
prepared remarks for 35 minutes and take no retail investor questions? Just, sir. And Stephanie, this brings up a good point also what Steve was mentioning too. The retail investor has changed. And this notion that because there's more retail investors involved in SpaceX, I mentioned Anthropic and OpenAI, that we're going to see more volatility because there's some retail investors trading in now based on what they hear on X. I mean, do you agree with that assessment?
I think we'll actually fundamentally, I think we'll have more volatility for a multitude of reasons. One is that we do have more types of investors across the ecosystem of investment opportunities, not just in stocks, but in other areas too. I think it's also because we have a higher interest rate environment. I think you have access to information and research faster than you ever could have for every
S&P
internet data.
fading. Got to stay above 7,400. 7465 was resistance. 99 percentile. We weren't getting above that. 7465, 7470.
Maybe like you did last week with Broadcom earnings, where they were great, but they met expectations. They met kind of heightened expectations, and then the stock fell. So I actually think like there's just a more volatility because of that, not necessarily because of who's participating. But to Steve's point, like the participation, and to your point actually too, it's long overdue. Like labor share of income, you just go back. Like labor share of income has been not enough since the early 2000s, and this is the way for labor to participate in their productivity. There's a definite.
SpaceX and it's a great story and may shoot over the next 5, 10 years. What does it mean for the interest to own bank stocks, the interest to own the Mag 7? Are those stocks used as a source of funds to buy into SpaceX, and eventually in OpenAI and Anthropic?
My personal take is that they should be. I think these are companies that they're large, but they're not necessarily where the future is. I think that's why investing itself is a little bit backward looking, because it's kind of again what happened over the last decade rather than where the cash is going and where the capex is going and where the growth is. And so I do think that should, to me, would be a natural place to make room because SpaceX is gonna be very big in the indices as well, rather than taking from some of the places that maybe are smaller in a market cap perspective, but are seeing really part of the future of our country.
Steve, and then we're spending a lot of time on AI, and if I'm the CEO of a healthcare company, like I don't know, I can tell everything you tell me. Healthcare is a great opportunity. And is it? I'm suddenly supposed to be attracted to a division of a healthcare company. 24%. Who cares? When I have something launching rockets out in space and dominating the internet and all things modeled. Like if you are not in the AI game, like what the hell happens to your stock?
Well, I think everybody's in the AI game. A healthcare stock, they are going to use AI to help productivity and to help development of cures, and they're already doing it. So I think everybody is participating. It's just in what magnitude, how much is it impacting your individual stock. But I think it's probably more interesting to be looking at different sectors or individual names and saying, man, they could really using some of this new technology, what could it do for their stock? So in my mind, it creates a really cool thing.
See that all the things that we sleep on the fact that there's such a high concentration.
I don't think it's healthy. I think it's don't know that it's probably not being consistent. We preach diversification. We preach these broad-based ETFs and indices. If you have this diversification, and I was trying to these ladders stock business are strategic realize the case for business stages of their right? So you really want to take in the
if there's going to be a summer surprise in the market, where's the pipeline?
And even if we've not, probably not increasing that, I really think we need to be doing the same thing within the fact. Oh, but, wait, to get to that vision, coming, but, there's things happening in the Middle East that don't have tonight because we have been turned into our world. And now we end up having, we have a situation, we can end up coming to a period where there's really enough dessert to go around. And, there'll be a rebuilding and probably a way where things will start trying to build up their reserves over time to protect themselves from some of the risks that they have in the war. And so I actually think that, like, if you talk to any of the oil guys, they've been shouting for restock, especially at reserve. Because I actually do that as a tourist way of food. But I'm kind of like biased. So I actually think from one day,
Because I think we are going to be, and just like you mentioned it, I think that some piece of evolve with bringing in these countries, everybody's just went through this we're in between the compare company. The first thing you're going to do is this isn't when you have nuclear transaction with it's not going to come out quickly. Even if everybody's doing the same employees are moving to fortune or saying their next economy is stay with us here, that's another one. I think the other thing is just great carries on the market is thinking and and so there's been a lot of talk about it. Dual partner, ways, living ways, different ways. And we're actually becoming, in a forward manner what's happening. And, those two can't be discontinued for periods of time. I think you said earlier, Stephanie, things always ratchet themselves up. Politically longer than you think, but it gets to the point where feels like my IQ is going to push my system to the wall. I love the stocks, so I do appreciate it. And I'm talking again soon. Have a great summer. Let's go. Let's kiss. Let's go next. It's still the end. All right, thank you. All right, that's it for today's episode. Hopefully. He's always been there for me, and now I will be there for him in just like President Trump to continue his organization agile. It's really good thoughts.
All right, we're trying to stay above 7,400. We're currently above VWAMP. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Friday, July 24th, 1 p.m. Crude futures backing off. Crude. Netflix.
companies locate your server directly next to the NASDAQ and the New York Stock Exchange computers to reduce latency. Some have hardware near Washington, D.C. to receive government economic releases quicker. They're always looking for these tiny, tiny edges. So even though it's an eye-rolling amount to say, are you really going to pay $100,000 for this access? They probably will because they'll eventually have it.
We'll see if this actually comes to fruition because there's been a lot of pushback in the day since this was released. The Financial Times reported yesterday that there has been a lot of wariness and pushback from Wall Street firms about this particular move, and we have some legal experts saying because of the gray area here on whether it's insider trading or not, then advising their executives at these hedge funds and other investing groups to say maybe you shouldn't even do it because why even touch that? You already have all these mechanisms for high frequency trading. You mentioned I probably would advise against that. And you also have a ton of backlash from even Republicans, Democratic lawmakers, yes, but also a lot of GOP senators who are in Trump's own party. Senator Bill Cassidy, Republican in Louisiana, said I think that's wrong. It's a form of buying access. Lisa Murkowski of Alaska called it wild, and Susan Collins said that it's not appropriate, and they are looking ahead to November, the midterms, and saying, wow, Trump is doing another thing to line his own pockets, which is going to be huge benefit to the Democratic attack, and also something that favors Wall Street pros, already wealthy people, as a particular person. So they don't think this is a politically savvy move at all.
Let's move on. It's stock relief, dog relief time. The segment where we pick one stock that's Jimmy Peter and one stock that is Chester Maxing. I'm on the pre-show game of how to tie a bow tie, so I'm up first. My stock of the week is AMC, which just had one of the best quarters in its history. Revenue hit $1.6 billion, up 14% over last year. It had its highest adjusted EBITDA ever, and its stock followed suit, jumping as high as 26% post-earnings before settling down a bit. AMC is a relatively simple business to understand. People go to the movies, AMC benefits. AMC's domestic box office grew 10% during the quarter, powered by movies like Obsession, Factors, Toy Story 5, to notch its best performance since before the pandemic. Even more bullish, the awesome financial results AMC posted came BTO, before The Odyssey. Christopher Nolan's epic is only going to keep the good vibe going, with the chain reporting 4.3 million people went to the movies at its theaters during The Odyssey's release weekend. Obviously, AMC's share price sometimes divorces from reality given its popularity with the main stock grab, but this latest stock jump was propelled by its actual business recovery quite nicely.
Movies are so back, and I want to go back to COVID to highlight just how existential this was for movie theaters. I mean, a lot of people, a lot of smart people said this is the end of movie theaters as we know because we have large studios saying that they're going to release movies on streaming on HBO Max the same day that they would come out on theaters, which would perhaps kill movie theaters AMC's business model, and that simply didn't happen. And the CEO of AMC yesterday said he literally name-checked COVID. He said as a result of the pandemic, there was a lot of experimentation, but what Hollywood has learned over the last couple of years is that people love to go to the movie theater. Studio after studio is turning out movie after movie designed for the big screen. And I think the two words that are important there are big screen, because on this for The Odyssey, huge format screens, including IMAX, were just a huge draw for people going to movie theaters. Special format theaters, which includes IMAX, they represent only 8% of AMC screens, but they accounted for more than 50% of ticket sales for the film, which means that they are going to invest in a lot more premium screens, bigger screens, because that's what people want to go to the movies for, is that experience that they can't get at their couch. Did you see, I saw The Odyssey in a big screen.
I saw it in a large screen.
Large screen,
before
yeah.
that. Are you trying to screen log me right there?
I was screen logging.
We did not get an IMAX though, but you're absolutely right. People want to go and see a spectacle. Also, if I'm AMC, I'm pretty giddy about the stretch of releases coming down the pipeline because you got Spider-Man Brand New Day, which is going to be a massive movie. All of these Spider-Man movies have grossed over $1 billion. Avengers Doomsday is coming out as well, and that's on the same day as Dune Part 3 later in December. So those are going to be tested on if the box office momentum will keep rolling, because unfortunately AMC's recovery still completely depends on Hollywood. Imagine your business fully leaning on the fact that you need Hollywood to pump out good movies consistently. So the quality of the release calendar is always the big question mark when it comes to AMC, but right now that quality is looking pretty dang high.
Another bullish signal if I'm AMC, I'm looking at who
ATG.
calling a sordid sandal epic, which they might not necessarily go out for a book that, not a book, even a poem that was written thousands of years ago. 50% of the audience was under the age of 34 for this particular movie, and Chris Nolan brings out the young people. I want to compare that to Disclosure Day from Steven Spielberg, was maybe the biggest director of. He was a Chris Nolan of his age in the 2000s and the 90s. 60% of opening weekend crowds for Disclosure Day above 35 years old.
Maybe the youth just love home. They never thought about that. Maybe it's not even Christopher Nolan at all. They're just very open.
VIBK.
Let's admit it, online security can be a little boring. But hey, NordVPN now has a built-in next-gen antivirus. So boring. It will protect you from online scams. And still boring? NordVPN will block malware and stop phishing. One tap, and you're protected. Get NordVPN with the next-gen antivirus today.
VIBK.
Everyday life is busy. With Electric XP4, everyday life is easier than ever. Smooth suspension, a comfortable seat, and room for whatever you're bringing along. Need to store it? Just fold, pack, and go. Simple to ride, easy to store. So every day is all fun, no fuss. Electric is America's favorite e-bike. Electric XP4. Every day is got easy. Zoro.com deals with every job support. And for more than 10 years, Zoro.com has been supplies for your business. In stock and ready to ship for your next day. What you need, when you need it. Zoro.com.
I'm here at the scene of the crime, and we can confirm the suspect in the house behind me.
My dog of the week is pretty much everyone associated with the response to the cyclospora outbreak, which has been even more foul than explosive diarrhea in August. 2 days
WLDS.
thousands across more than 40 states, hospitalized hundreds, and hurt the businesses of countless food purveyors. Many Americans are still confused as hell about what they can or can't eat safely. Communications experts blame most of the blame on Taylor Farms, the salad giant whose iceberg lettuce from central Mexico has been linked to the outbreak. While they commend Taylor for expressing sympathy for the victims, they also say that
OMH.
unclear messaging and delayed recall has only contributed to the salad scare.
WLDS.
The government response. The FDA reported that cyclospora illnesses began on May 17th, but it didn't issue a public notice until 2 months later, July 16th, last week. Not to mention, they announced they identified a sample of cyclospora on lettuce, only to walk that back as a false positive 2 days later. As a result, consumers have lost trust in the produce being sold to them, and in the bloodbath adoption, the French salads and restaurant chains that sell them. Chains like Taco Bell, Sweetgreen, and Panera are all seeing traffic slow
WLDS.
as a result of the outbreak. And Toby, I can't lie to it. No one can eat what produce I can and can't eat. Nothing seems clear.
Yeah, it is very murky. And I feel bad about those restaurant chains not being sought up being classified just because Chipotle saw their traffic
Smaller extent than you not believe any of its ingredients from since the outbreak. They are said they have not had to remove any ingredients because of the outbreak. They are completely interested bystanders in this thing right now, and yet they are having to go forward and produce bombs showing that, hey, we don't actually serve this lettuce that could potentially be contaminated. And a lot of comps experts have said, yeah, Taylor Farms has just completely mixed this up. They did this thing where they shifted the narrative from food safety to fighting the FDA. The FDA immediately pushed back on that, and a lot of people say that was a mistake because you don't want to publicly challenge a regulator that does, have a lot of power over your business. So just when it comes to crisis communications, you don't necessarily want to be combative. What you want to do is pivot back to reassuring customers and supporting investigations, saying like, hey, this is what we know, this is how you can be safe. They did not take the right tack here.
Let's talk about that episode specifically. So the FDA said that they had found a positive test on lettuce of cyclospora from Taylor Farms linked to their farm in central Mexico. 2 days later, the FDA walked that back and talked about the show, saying actually this was a false positive. And then Taylor Farms, whoever was tweeting for them, jumped on this and issued the first line of their communications, quote tweeting the FDA's walkback was, the FDA apologized to us. That was their first line. And that turned out to be false. Actually, the FDA came out and said, actually, no, we did not apologize to you.
All right, we're just kind of sitting here. Markets aren't moving much. Netflix continues. Netflix. Netflix at the highs of the day. Since earnings, this has been looking pretty good on a daily basis, on average.
Here are some general tips. Whole produce is usually safer than bagged salads because when you're buying whole kind of lettuce that you remove the outer leaves, that's better than buying these pre-chopped and mixed salad bags because that sometimes takes produce from many farms and it's mixed together. So that's number one, just go whole produce. Number two, cooking is often your best defense. If you heat your produce up to above around 158 degrees Fahrenheit, that kills the parasite. So maybe you're thinking about, although I don't know who would ever iceberg lettuce. That just comes down to protein and nothing. But if you're ever scared about fruits or veggies, berries, anything like that, just cook it. And that reduces the risk going forward. And if you are eating out, maybe don't order iceberg lettuce. Again, I'm not sure who's terrific in this place. Order a lot, but just ask them where they're sourcing their salads from, or just stop for it.
Meanwhile, all this comes as the FDA mentioned that there's a new outbreak linked to an unidentified source. This could be, perhaps, we don't know, linked to North Carolina, which had an 83% spike in cases over the past week. And the initial one appears to be Taco Bell. This is in the Midwest, 5 states, because you can hear me. Taco Bell getting their iceberg lettuce from Taylor Farms, Central Mexico. This one, we don't know. Consumer Reports suggest that it could be parsley, cilantro, and lettuce in North Carolina. The FDA, once again, has not said that they know what's going on, where this new outbreak is.
Okay. All great stuff. Okay, let's bring to the finish with some final headlines. The Trump administration announced new tariffs on 60 goods ranging from 10% to 12.5%. What amounts to a replacement of the replacement of his original tariffs. These new tariffs, which went into effect at 12:01 a.m. this morning, replaced the broad-based 10% tariffs that the president instituted after the Supreme Court struck down his much higher Liberation Day tariffs as illegal earlier this year. Those 10% tariffs were temporary and set to expire midnight. So the new tariffs, Trump is issuing them under Section 301 of the Trade Act of 1974, which allowed the
Netflix still pushing higher, up against the highs. Looks pretty good on the daily. If we can break through this level, Netflix. I'd like to start a position on Netflix if this would continue. Nice volume after earnings last week. Snowflake trying to push higher too. S&P turning back up, looking good. They're defending it. Tick cumulative is trying to go green. Let's go to the 60-minute. $60-minute tick cumulative is still bearish, but was looking pretty good this morning. We had a few high ticks. All right, S&P turning back up. We'll keep an eye on Netflix for a minute. Apple's still fading from a pretty spectacular day. Mic check, mic check. Apple. Apple's starting to turn back up. If you got puts, maybe take a little bit off. Could be a B pivot. Okay, it looks like an ABCD pattern on Apple would be appropriate for this time of day. You got an A pivot right at noon. Double tap that area, pull back, a little profit taking. Now it's running back up.
3 times sales. And sales, it's going to 8 times sales or 8.5 times sales to 23 times sales. So these valuations are a concern too. So it doesn't surprise me that people are becoming a bit more concerned about this situation. And we're going to see, we need to see more show me a situation with the
Stephanie, I want to put that same overreaction question to you. I've been talking to Lisa Sue. She told me demand AI is extremely strong. I heard the same thing when I talked to MasterCard's CEO this week as well. I heard the same thing when I talked to Admiral CFO. They're seeing customers buy more servers and AI equipment. It's for their business. They're seeing it. Is the market just overreacting? When do these CapEx investments get embraced by the street?
I think it's going to take a while. I don't think that we should be waiting around for this year or even maybe 2027. I do think it's going to take a while for some of the bottlenecks to free. And when I mean by bottlenecks, I don't just mean some of the physical bottlenecks we have, but also just usage. Like we are still in really early stages of usage. So if we're seeing this kind of demand and building out for that, it's going to continue to go on. So we definitely like in Robinhood strategies.
Google pushing a bit higher as well. Google, we'll keep an eye on Apple for a minute.
I think that AMD is like a better buy, despite the fact that, as Matt pointed out, the valuations are higher. I think that just means that earnings are going to be higher in the future and the valuations will stay high.
Stephanie, what gets you to neutral or a little more optimistic on the asset?
I think you have to look at the Mac not as a block anymore, but as a multi-team. So, for me, pointed out the cloud business for Google was really good, and if that starts accelerating faster to make up for some other things, then perhaps it starts being a place to invest. I think NVIDIA, if you add that into very different companies, right? And that's a place that I actually think
S&P still climbing.
strong buy. So, I think it's really like just looking at each individual demand zone rather than saying I'm buying an asset.
Matt, we're going to get more results next week from the hyperscalers, Amazon, Meta, you name it. Do you think if they come out with higher CapEx, that those higher CapEx spending plans have been priced into these stocks after what we saw this week? Alphabet slammed by 7%, Tesla slammed by 15%. You name it. It's multiple to see because it's funny. It's going to be critically important for the stock market. Next week will be one of the most important weeks to see in a long time, which you don't always see during the summer months. But we started off in the chip sector a month and a half ago when Broadcom reported great earnings, didn't have great guidance, but the earnings were good. The stock got hit. Then we had Micron, great earnings, great guidance, stock rallied for 1 day, and got slammed. And the same thing with Samsung, and even last week with Taiwan.
S&P 500 turning back up. ABCD pattern on S&P.
At what point does the market start to care about these macro developments?
They are starting to care about that. I think interest rates are certainly in the queue list. And I think that's direct on oil prices, like interest rates, inflation continues to go up. And I was reading a bunch of things recently about how insurance costs have gone up, just like home ownership, besides the prices, have gone up because the cost of things have gone up. So I do think the market cares about it. I just think that the market itself is so dominated by certain sectors that it matters a little less for. I think where you are seeing it in certain names is where you end up having a name that has really strong earnings potential, but it's further out in the future. I think that's where the longer duration names where you can't actually expect earnings to come through for their potential even further out. Seeing interest rate impact, and of course you're seeing energy stocks pretty strong.
Matt, what breaks the market out of I would call it this complacent mindset? Does oil have to close above $100 a barrel for a recession? Does the company have to come out and warn that their margins are still under attack from various tariffs? We had a conversation earlier this week, Matt, with the CFOs when interesting. I think it will probably have to be something on the technology side because they're so highly weighted in the indices. You know, the S&P 500 and the Nasdaq, the NDX 100. If they start going
Apple, no follow through yet.
thinking, you know, hearing about a year now, it's like, oh my gosh, if the indexes are going down, maybe I should rotate into cash a little bit. And that I think will probably be the likely issue. However, what you're saying about oil prices and long-term yields is a big concern because, you know, as yields rise, you know, we saw, I remember back in 1987 the Solomon Brothers, and nobody cared about it until they did. Well, you know, these yields are now hitting new highs for the year, and at some point, you got to worry about this inflation issue. It's not just oil though. Look at other commodity prices, food prices. I mean, the price of eggs aren't going up anymore. But look at wheat. You look at the wheat futures; they have taken off this year. So have corn futures, I should say, they've taken off over the last couple of months and are hitting new highs. They're above their May highs. And you know, we're coming into this election season. People, what's a gallon of gas cost? But they care even more about what their grocery bill is. And these things are starting to move up, prices of beef, etc. So it's not just oil that's causing oil prices. Sorry, not just oil.
Mic check, mic check.
It's other issues as well, and we need to be careful of that as we move into, you know, for the last 3 or 4 months leading into the election.
Stephanie, a lot of these negatives are starting to pile up. I mean, the market might be ignoring them, but they are in fact piling up. Where are you overweight or a little more optimistic right now?
We have weightings in material stocks because they do get impacted by higher oil prices, but they also should benefit from higher commodity prices, and they just look cheap to us. We have and you're kind of seeing it like Cleveland Cliffs had a good day yesterday. We have allocations to industrial names. You know, I know GEV was hit the other day in their earnings by higher costs. Or margins were under pressure, so that's not a name that we're necessarily invested in now, but we do like some other ones like CSX, which is a railroad stock that's been
Okay, Apple not following through yet.
we have tech. We do have tech, but we took some money off the table in June, and we're starting to look for opportunistic ways to add back in the pullback that we had. But we're being really selective about it. What we don't invest in right now is most financials. The only place we have a kind of exposure is in Visa because we like the stable coin story.
Big thanks, always to all both of you. Stephanie, always good to see you. All right, it's been a huge week for AMD. I sit down with AMD Chair and CEO Dr. Lisa Su to see what's next. Surging NVIDIA. Bye. I finally got my win from you. Check this out. Here's my payout from today. This stock is the real deal. No ads, no BS, no withdrawal limit. The more you pay, the more you can win.
Okay, I'm going to reboot, see if this fixes the audio problem. Mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check. Apple looking for a bit higher. Thanks. You can hear my repeat. You can hear my repeat. All right, so that's from my iPhone, so that's completely separate from this network. Apple trying to push a bit higher. All right, I get the rain coming. Give me a second. I'll be right back. All right, Apple's trying to push back up. S&P as well. Stocks are just kind of sitting here.
One thing with the technology that you unveiled is the Helios, for example, you just mentioned. What does something like that do that prior iterations of your technology do? You mentioned this to me in the past, but you brought up again in your keynote. It's one of your philosophies and one of the beliefs that one chip player will not win all for this AI revolution. Why is that still the case?
JP Morgan turning back up. SpaceX turning back up. So shorts covering a bit.
You mentioned too as well that quote, customer demand for these new technologies is extremely strong. And I look at how, from a stock market perspective, we just saw folks react to higher capex estimates for Tesla and Outlook. What are investors missing? Because I talk to you, I talk to others.
NVIDIA turning back up. We got the 2:30 call for September. 2:30 calls for September. Okay, S&P turning back down now.
4 months in advance. You have to
JP Morgan, JP Morgan pushing back up. Got a little selling bar there.
satisfy a larger and larger piece of the overall market.
This is very important stuff. So you're not seeing, there's no leveling out. You're not seeing anything slow down.
We're not seeing that at all, but I mean, every conversation I have with every large customer is, how can we go faster? And look, like I said, I think it's a fundamental belief in, we believe in tech, and it will return on investment, and it's going to be a very positive cycle.
So you also, this week too,